Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. Arthur Morgan leaned against the weathered fence post, his eyes fixed on the distant hills where the first light of dawn was beginning to spill over the horizon. The morning air carried a crisp chill that would burn away once the sun climbed higher, but for now it kept him alert, senses sharpened by the cold. He took a long sip from his steaming coffee, the bitter warmth spreading through his chest as he scanned the rolling grasslands stretching out before Horseshoe Overlook. That's when he saw it again, a flash of movement against the golden landscape, a wild Mustang, coat gleaming like burnished copper in the early light, moving with a grace that spoke of untamed freedom. For 3 mornings now, Arthur had spotted the stallion grazing at the edges of the same meadow, always keeping a cautious distance from the camp. "There you are," he murmured, setting his tin cup on the fence post. "Bold as brass, but smart enough to keep your distance." Arthur had seen plenty of wild horses in his time, had broken more than he could count, but something about this Mustang captivated him. Perhaps it was the way the animal carried itself, head high, movements deliberate, radiating a fierce independence that Arthur couldn't help but admire. In a world where he often felt the noose of civilization tightening around his own neck, the sight of something so purely free stirred something within him. "You're up early." Charles Smith's voice came from behind him, the quiet hunter moving with his characteristic silence even in the stillness of dawn. Arthur didn't turn, keeping his eyes on the distant Mustang. "Been watching that stallion out there. Shows up same time every morning, just out of reach." Charles joined him at the fence, following Arthur's gaze to where the copper-colored horse was now grazing, occasionally raising its head to survey its surroundings with alert caution. "Fine animal," Charles observed. "Strong legs, good chest. Would make a worthy mount." "Was thinking the same," Arthur admitted. "Figured I might try to bring him in. Camp could use another good horse." Charles studied the animal thoughtfully. "Won't be easy. That's not just any Mustang. Looks like one of those Mustangs that roam near the Dakota River. Wary and wild, harder to break than most." "Good thing I like a challenge then," Arthur replied with a slight smile. "You planning to use your usual approach?" Charles asked, a hint of disapproval in his tone. "Run him down, lasso him, force him to submit?" Arthur glanced at his friend, noting the careful neutrality in Charles's expression. "Something tells me you don't think much of that method." "It works," Charles acknowledged with a shrug. "But there are other ways that build trust instead of enforcing dominance." He paused, considering Arthur with that penetrating gaze that always made Arthur feel as though Charles was seeing more than most. "My mother's people have different ways with horses, gentler ways." "Your mother's people?" "The Lakota," Charles clarified. "They believe horses are sacred beings, not just tools or possessions. Breaking a horse like that," he nodded toward the Mustang, "it's not about breaking his spirit, but about earning the right to ride together." Arthur considered this, watching as the Mustang raised its head again, ears pricked forward in alert wariness. "Sounds poetic, but I'm not sure I have time for poetry. Dutch keeps us moving too much. Might be worth the time, Charles suggested. A horse broken properly becomes a true partner, not just a mount, especially a spirited one like that. Before Arthur could respond, the distant figure of John Marston emerged from the trees, making his way toward the coffee pot, with the grumbling demeanor of a man who'd prefer to be still sleeping. The Mustang, spotting the movement, tossed its head and backed away several paces before turning and disappearing over a distant rise. There he goes, Arthur sighed, spooked by Marston's ugly face most likely. What'd I do now? John grumbled, pouring himself coffee. Nothing, Arthur replied, just scaring away wildlife by existing. Charles pushed away from the fence. I'm heading out to hunt. Think about what I said, Arthur. That Mustang will be back tomorrow. Arthur nodded, his eyes still fixed on the spot where the horse had vanished. Yeah, I just might. Throughout the day, as Arthur rode Old Boy on errands for Dutch, collecting debts for Strauss and hunting for the camp's cookpot, his mind kept returning to the Mustang. Charles's words about the Lakota way had planted a seed of curiosity. Arthur had always prided himself on his horsemanship, but he'd learned from rough men who valued results over method. Breaking a horse was often just that, breaking its resistance through force of will and strength. That evening, he found Charles sitting apart from the others, meticulously working on his bow, checking the string tension and oiling the wood to protect it from the elements. The offer still stand? Arthur asked, settling beside him. About showing me a different way with horses? Charles glanced up, the ghost of a smile touching his normally solemn features. You want to try the Lakota way? I'm curious, Arthur admitted. Been breaking horses the same way for 20 years. Maybe an old dog can learn new tricks. Charles set his bow aside. It will take time, patience, and you'll need to build a proper corral away from camp where it's quiet, a place where you can work without distractions. I know a spot, Arthur said, thinking of a small meadow he'd noticed not far from camp, sheltered by trees but with enough open space for a decent-sized corral. Could start building tomorrow. I'll help, Charles offered, and then I'll show you how to approach him, not with a rope first, but with respect. The next morning, before most of the camp had stirred, Arthur and Charles rode out to the spot Arthur had mentioned. It was perfect. A gentle clearing ringed by oak trees, with lush grass and a small stream running along one edge, far enough from camp to be peaceful, but close enough to check on regularly. They worked through the morning, cutting timber and setting posts for a sturdy corral. Charles showed Arthur how to build a gate that could be operated easily from both inside and out. In case you need to make a quick exit, he explained with rare humor. By midday, the basic structure was complete. They would need another day to finish the corral properly, but the framework stood strong against the rolling hills beyond. Good work, Charles said, surveying their progress. Now comes the harder part. Tomorrow, we'll begin with the Mustang. What's the plan? Arthur asked, wiping sweat from his brow. First, we watch, Charles replied simply. Learn his patterns, understand his nature. Every horse is different. Some are naturally curious, others fearful. Some lead, others follow. Before you can build trust, you must understand who you're dealing with. The next morning, Arthur returned to his spot by the fence at dawn, coffee in hand. Charles joined him silently, and together they watched as the copper Mustang appeared once more, moving cautiously through the tall grass at the meadow's edge. Notice how he tests the air, Charles murmured, nodding toward the horse as it raised its head, nostrils flaring, always aware of his surroundings, not just running on instinct but thinking, evaluating. Arthur observed the Mustang with new eyes, noting the details Charles pointed out, how the horse established a territory, its grazing patterns, the way it responded to sounds from the camp. He's smart, Arthur acknowledged. Keeps his distance but comes back to the same spot. Curious enough to approach, cautious enough to stay safe. And strong-willed, Charles added. See how he holds himself? That's a horse that won't be broken by force alone. You might get him under saddle that way, but you'll never have his trust. After the Mustang departed, they finished the corral, adding a small shelter in one corner where Arthur could store tack and supplies. Charles helped him gather appropriate feed, fresh hay, oats, and a few apples. Now we need to get him interested, Charles explained. Not trapped, not chased, but drawn in by his own curiosity. Over the next few days, Arthur established a routine. Each morning he would leave fresh feed in the meadow where the Mustang grazed, gradually placing it closer to the corral. Charles had instructed him to stay downwind and out of sight at first, letting the horse become accustomed to finding the food without associating it with human presence. By the fourth day, the Mustang had grown bold enough to approach while Arthur was still setting out the feed, though it kept a distance of at least 50 yards, watching with wary interest. That's progress, Charles commented when Arthur reported back. Now comes the challenging part. You need to let him see you, but without making him feel threatened. Just exist in the same space, without demanding anything. Just sit there and do nothing? Arthur asked skeptically. Hardest thing for a man like you, Charles replied with a knowing look. Being still, being patient. But that's how you earn trust, by showing you're not a threat. The next morning, Arthur placed the feed as usual, then settled on a stump about 30 yards away, deliberately keeping his movements slow and his posture relaxed. He'd left his guns back at camp, at Charles's suggestion, carrying only a hunting knife for basic necessity. The Mustang appeared at the usual time, approaching the feed with increased familiarity but freezing upon spotting Arthur. Man and horse regarded each other across the meadow, the Mustang with nostrils flared and muscles tensed for flight, Arthur forcing himself to remain motionless. After what seemed an eternity, the Mustang snorted and pawed the ground, then, surprising Arthur, took a few tentative steps toward the feed. It kept its eyes fixed on the human intruder, ready to bolt at the slightest provocation, but hunger and growing familiarity overcame caution enough for it to begin grazing, though it remained alert. Arthur sat in silence for nearly an hour, barely shifting position, simply observing the magnificent animal. The Mustang's coat caught the morning light, revealing subtle variations in color, primarily a rich chestnut with copper highlights, with one white sock on its right foreleg and a small white star between its eyes. When the horse finally retreated, Arthur returned to camp with an unexpected sense of accomplishment, despite having done seemingly little. You look pleased with yourself, Hosea Matthews observed as Arthur helped himself to coffee from the main campfire. Just had a good morning, Arthur replied. Wouldn't have anything to do with that wild horse Charles mentioned, would it? Hosea asked with a knowing smile. He tells me you're trying a new approach. Arthur shrugged. Figured I'd see if there's something to his methods. Smart, Hosea nodded approvingly. Charles knows what he's talking about when it comes to horses, though I must say, I'm surprised to see you taking the slow path on anything. Maybe I'm finally learning some patience in my old age, Arthur replied dryly. Well, now I've heard everything, Hosea chuckled. Dutch. Arthur claims he's learning patience. The apocalypse must be upon us. Dutch emerged from his tent, cigar in hand. Arthur Morgan, patient, now. That I'd like to see. It's just a horse, Arthur muttered. suddenly uncomfortable with the attention. "It's never just a horse," Hosea said more seriously. "Best partners I've ever had rode on 4 legs. A good horse, properly bonded. That's something special." He patted Arthur's shoulder. "Take your time with this one. Some things can't be rushed, no matter what Dutch might say about our pressing schedule." Dutch raised an eyebrow, but didn't contradict the older outlaw. "Just don't forget your responsibilities to the camp, Arthur." "Never do," Arthur assured him, though he felt a tug between his obligations to the gang and the growing sense of purpose he felt with the Mustang project. Young Jack Marston had overheard the conversation and approached Arthur with wide-eyed excitement. "Uncle Arthur, are you taming a wild horse? Can I see?" Arthur smiled at the boy's enthusiasm. "Not taming yet, just making friends. And sure, you can come watch sometime, if your mama says it's all right." "Really?" Jack's face lit up. "Pa says breaking horses is dangerous, says you have to be real tough." "Your pa's got his ways, I got mine," Arthur replied, ruffling the boy's hair. "Sometimes being gentle gets you further than being tough." Jack looked skeptical. "That doesn't sound like something you'd say, Uncle Arthur." Arthur laughed. "Maybe I'm full of surprises, kid." The next day, with Abigail's permission, Arthur took Jack along to the corral. The boy watched with rapt attention as Arthur explained what he'd learned from Charles. "The trick is to let him come to us," Arthur told Jack as they set out the feed. "Can't chase a horse like that, he's too smart, too proud." "Like you?" Jack asked innocently. Arthur chuckled. "Maybe so, never thought about it that way." They retreated to a safe distance, and Arthur was pleasantly surprised when the Mustang appeared despite Jack's presence. The boy remained admirably still and quiet as the horse cautiously approached the feed. "He's beautiful," Jack whispered. "What are you going to name him?" "Haven't caught him yet," Arthur reminded the boy, "but I've been thinking. Copper, maybe, for his color." Jack nodded approvingly. "I like that. Do you think he'll let you ride him?" "Eventually," Arthur said. "If I earn his trust." "How do you do that?" Arthur considered the question, finding himself echoing Charles's wisdom. "By showing him I'm not a threat, that I respect him. It's like making friends with people. Can't force it, gotta let it happen, natural-like." Jack seemed to absorb this idea, watching the Mustang with newfound appreciation. "Maybe I can help sometimes." "Sure," Arthur agreed. "Animals often trust children more readily than grown folks. They sense your innocence." When they returned to camp, Jack immediately ran to his mother, excitedly recounting everything he'd learned. Abigail caught Arthur's eye over her son's head and mouthed a silent thank you. Arthur tipped his hat in acknowledgement, realizing that the Mustang project was becoming about more than just acquiring another horse. It was becoming a chance to share something worthwhile with the boy, a kind of knowledge different from the outlaw skills that dominated camp life. Over the next several days, Arthur continued his routine, gradually decreasing the distance between himself and the feeding spot. The Mustang grew increasingly comfortable with his presence, though it remained vigilant and would back away if Arthur made any sudden movements. "You're making progress," Charles observed when he accompanied Arthur one morning. "He's starting to recognize you, to see you as a constant rather than a threat. Still won't let me get within 20 feet, Arthur noted. "Patience," Charles reminded him. "Next step is to get him used to your voice. Talk to him, not loud, just conversational. Let him associate your sound with calm, with safety." Arthur felt self-conscious at first, speaking aloud to a horse that kept its distance, but he followed Charles's advice. He found himself telling the Mustang about camp life, about the gang's recent activities, even reading aloud from his journal when he ran out of conversation topics. To his surprise, the Mustang seemed to respond to his voice. ears flicking forward with interest when he spoke, head tilting slightly as if considering his words. By the end of the week, he could approach within 15 feet before the horse would back away. One morning, Arthur arrived to find the Mustang already waiting near the usual feeding spot. This departure from routine startled him, but he maintained his calm, measured movements as he set out the feed. "Well, good morning to you too," he said quietly. "Getting impatient for breakfast, are we?" The horse watched him intently, and Arthur noticed it was standing closer than ever before. Taking a chance, he slowly reached into his satchel and produced an apple, holding it out in his open palm. "Got something special today," he continued in that same conversational tone. "Sweet as summer, if you're interested." The Mustang's nostrils flared, catching the apple's scent. It took a tentative step forward, then another. Arthur remained absolutely still, hardly daring to breathe as the magnificent animal approached. When it was just beyond arm's reach, the horse stopped, clearly conflicted between desire and caution. Arthur didn't move, didn't push. He simply waited, hand extended, allowing the Mustang to make its own choice. Another step. The horse stretched its neck, nostrils working as it sniffed at the offered treat. Finally, with delicate precision, it took the apple from Arthur's palm, lips brushing against his skin in a moment of connection that sent an unexpected thrill through him. "That's it," Arthur murmured, fighting the urge to reach for the animal. "Good boy." The Mustang retreated a few paces to eat the apple, but didn't flee entirely, a significant change from its earlier behavior. Arthur smiled to himself, feeling a sense of accomplishment more profound than he'd anticipated. When he returned to camp, he found Charles preparing for a hunting trip. "The Mustang took an apple from my hand today," Arthur told him, unable to keep the satisfaction from his voice. Charles nodded approvingly. First real contact, important milestone. He paused in his preparations. From here, progress might come faster. "He's deciding you're trustworthy. What's next?" "Touch," Charles said simply. "Let him get used to your hand on his neck, his shoulder. No sudden movements, no grabbing. Just contact that he can accept or move away from as he chooses." "And after that?" Arthur asked. "The corral," Charles replied. "Once he accepts your touch freely, you can lead him toward it, not with force, but with trust." Arthur found himself looking forward to his morning sessions with the Mustang with an eagerness that surprised him. There was something deeply satisfying about the slow building of trust, so different from his usual activities with the gang, where results came through intimidation or the threat of violence. Over the next few days, he progressed to touching the Mustang briefly, just a light contact on the neck at first, which caused the horse to start but not flee. Gradually, the animal accepted longer contact, even seeming to enjoy when Arthur found the right spot to scratch under its mane. Jack continued to join him occasionally, watching with fascination as the relationship between man and horse developed. The boy showed remarkable patience for his age, following Arthur's instructions to move slowly and speak softly when near the Mustang. "He likes you," Jack observed one morning as the Mustang allowed Arthur to stroke its neck for several minutes. "He doesn't back away anymore." "We're getting there," Arthur agreed. "Takes time to build trust." "Is it like that with people too?" Jack asked thoughtfully. Arthur considered the question, struck by its insight. "I suppose it is. Can't force somebody to trust you. Gotta earn it day by day." "That's why everybody trusts you," Jack said with childlike certainty. "Even when you're grumpy." Arthur chuckled, touched by the boy's perception. "I don't know about everybody, but I appreciate the vote of confidence." The morning came when Arthur decided it was time to try leading the Mustang to the corral. He'd prepared a length of rope fashioned into a simple halter, as Charles had shown him, not to catch or restrain the horse, but to guide it if it proved willing. He approached the Mustang with the rope draped over his arm, speaking softly as always. The horse regarded the new object with suspicion, backing away slightly. "It's all right," Arthur soothed. "Nothing to worry about, just something to help us understand each other better." He didn't attempt to place the halter immediately, instead letting the horse sniff the rope, get accustomed to its presence. Only when the Mustang seemed comfortable did he slowly raise the halter, telegraphing his movements clearly. To his satisfaction, the horse allowed him to slip the rope over its head, though it tossed its head nervously once the unfamiliar weight settled on its neck. Arthur kept his touch gentle, stroking the animal's neck and speaking continuously in low, reassuring tones. "That's it, nothing to fear. We're just going for a little walk, you and me." He applied the gentlest pressure to the lead rope, encouraging rather than forcing the Mustang to follow. After initial resistance, the horse took a tentative step forward, then another. Arthur led it slowly toward the corral, allowing the animal to stop and look around whenever it showed signs of nervousness. The journey of a few hundred yards took nearly half an hour, but eventually they reached the corral gate. Here came the critical moment. Would the Mustang balk at entering the enclosed space? Arthur had deliberately built the corral larger than necessary, ensuring it didn't feel too constrictive, and had stocked it with fresh water and ample feed. The horse hesitated at the threshold, clearly sensing the change in its circumstances that entering would bring. Arthur waited patiently, not pulling on the lead, simply standing in the gateway and offering an apple from his free hand. After what seemed an eternity, curiosity and growing trust overcame caution, and the Mustang stepped into the corral. Arthur rewarded it immediately with the apple and more gentle praise, then slowly closed the gate behind them. He removed the halter immediately, allowing the horse to explore its new surroundings freely while he settled on a stool in the corner, deliberately non-threatening. The Mustang trotted around the perimeter of the corral, testing its boundaries, but showed no panic or distress. It occasionally glanced at Arthur as if confirming he remained in his place, but primarily focused on investigating the feed, water, and shelter. Arthur remained in the corral for hours, simply existing in the space with the horse, occasionally speaking but making no demands. By late afternoon, the Mustang had relaxed enough to graze calmly, seemingly accepting its new temporary home. When Arthur finally left, closing the gate securely behind him, he felt a mixture of satisfaction and concern. The corral phase represented a significant shift in his relationship with the Mustang. No longer would their interactions be entirely on the horse's terms. Now came the more traditional aspects of breaking, though Arthur was determined to continue with Charles's more gentle methods. Charles visited the corral the next day, observing the Mustang's behavior with approval. "He's calm, not resigned but accepting." "That's good. What's next?" Arthur asked. "Touch becomes more deliberate," Charles explained. "You need him comfortable with your hands, all over his back, his legs, his face. He needs to accept the weight of a saddle blanket, then a saddle. The bit will be challenging. Most resist that strongly." "How long do you reckon?" Charles shrugged. "Depends on the horse. Could be days, could be weeks. This one's smart but proud. Won't submit easily." "No rush," Arthur decided, surprising himself with his own patience. Over the following days, Arthur spent hours in the corral, gradually increasing physical contact with the Mustang. He introduced a brush, showing the horse how the grooming could be pleasurable. He draped a blanket over its back for short periods, removed it, then replaced it, all while maintaining a soothing dialogue. The Mustang, Arthur had begun calling him Copper despite his earlier reservations about naming the unclaimed horse, showed varying degrees of acceptance. Some days brought clear progress, with the horse allowing new liberties without protest. Other days it seemed to regress, shying away from touches it had previously accepted. "It's like he's testing me," Arthur commented to Charles after a particularly challenging session, "seeing if I'll force the issue when he refuses." "That's exactly what he's doing," Charles confirmed, "testing your resolve, your patience. Horses aren't so different from people that way. They push boundaries to see where they stand. So I just keep trying. Even when he resists, you keep offering," Charles clarified. "There's a difference. You don't demand or force, but you don't give up either. You show him, day after day, that you're reliable, consistent. That builds trust more than anything else." When the time came to introduce the saddle, Arthur proceeded with extra caution. He spent a day just letting Copper sniff and investigate the tack, becoming familiar with its smell and appearance, before Arthur attempted to place it on his back. The first attempt met with immediate rejection. The horse sidestepped nervously, circling away whenever Arthur approached with the saddle. Rather than getting frustrated, Arthur returned the saddle to its hook and went back to basics, brushing, touching, rebuilding the comfort that had been temporarily shaken. The next day he tried again with the same result, and the next. On the fourth day, Copper finally allowed the saddle to rest on his back for a few moments before shifting uncomfortably. Arthur removed it immediately, praising lavishly, establishing that cooperation brought reward and relief. Progress came in small increments, the saddle staying on a bit longer each time, the cinch being gradually tightened, stirrups being carefully introduced. Arthur never rushed, never pushed beyond what Copper seemed willing to accept, even when it meant ending a session with seemingly little accomplished. Word of Arthur's project had spread through camp, and he occasionally had an audience. John watched with skeptical amusement, clearly doubling Arthur's soft methods would yield results. Uncle offered unsolicited advice based on horsebreaking techniques Arthur suspected were fabricated on the spot, but it was Hosea who provided the most meaningful support, occasionally bringing Jack to watch and offering Arthur quiet encouragement. "Never seen you so patient with anything," Hosea commented one evening as they shared a bottle by the main campfire. "It's having an effect, you know." "On the horse?" Arthur asked. "On you," Hosea clarified with a knowing smile. "You're calmer these days, more thoughtful." Arthur hadn't noticed the change in himself, but realized there was truth in Hosea's observation. The daily practice of patience and gentle persistence was affecting more than just his relationship with Copper. The true test came when Arthur first attempted to mount. He'd spent days pretending to mount, putting weight in the stirrup, leaning over the saddle, allowing Copper to become accustomed to the movements without the full commitment. He'd had Charles present for these sessions, a second set of experienced hands if things went wrong. Today's the day, Arthur decided one clear morning after Copper had accepted all the preliminary steps with relative calm. If he's ever going to be ready, it's now. Charles nodded. "Move slowly. Once you're on, don't try to control him immediately, just sit. Let him feel your weight, get used to your presence on his back." Arthur approached the now saddled horse, speaking in the same calm, conversational tone he'd used throughout their time together. He stroked Copper's neck, checked the saddle one final time, then placed his foot in the stirrup. The Mustang tensed, but didn't shy away. Arthur put his weight in the stirrup, paused, then slowly swung his other leg over and settled gently into the saddle. Copper froze for a moment, processing this new sensation, then predictably panic set in. The horse bucked once, hard enough to nearly unseat Arthur, who gripped his knees but made no attempt to control the animal with the reins. "Stay calm," Charles called. "Let him work through it." Arthur focused on maintaining his seat while Copper circled the corral, occasionally crow-hopping in protest, but not launching into the violent bucking Arthur had experienced with other wild horses. He kept his weight centered, his hands steady, his voice continuing the same soothing monologue despite the challenging circumstances. "That's it, boy. Nothing to fear. Just me up here, same as always, just in a different spot." Gradually, the horse's movements became less erratic. The circles slowed from a trot to a walk. Copper's breathing remained elevated, but the blind panic had subsided to cautious acceptance. After what seemed an eternity but was probably only 10 minutes, the Mustang came to a stop in the center of the corral, sides heaving but standing steady. "Perfect," Charles said quietly. "Now get down. End on success." Arthur dismounted carefully, immediately stroking Copper's neck and offering an apple as reward. The horse accepted the treat, nostrils still flared from exertion but no longer showing signs of fear. "You did well," Charles observed. "Better than I expected for a first mounting." "We both did," Arthur replied with a satisfied smile. Over the following days, Arthur repeated the mounting process, each time staying on a bit longer, gradually introducing subtle cues with knees and reins. Copper proved an intelligent student, quickly grasping the meaning of different pressures and responding with increasing willingness. By the end of 2 weeks, Arthur was riding the Mustang confidently around the corral, directing him through simple patterns and transitions between walk, trot, and canter. The horse moved with natural athleticism, responsive to the lightest touch, seemingly eager to understand what was being asked of him. "Time to take him out," Charles suggested after observing a particularly smooth session. "He's ready for more space, more challenges." The next morning, Arthur opened the corral gate and rode Copper out into the meadow beyond for the first time since capturing him. He half expected the horse to bolt to seize this opportunity for freedom, but Copper remained steady beneath him, alert but trusting. They rode for hours that day, exploring the rolling countryside around camp, crossing streams, navigating wooded areas, climbing gentle slopes. With each new challenge, the Mustang's confidence grew, as did the bond between horse and rider. When they returned to camp in the late afternoon, Arthur riding proudly on his new mount, they drew appreciative attention from the entire gang. "Well, I'll be damned," John muttered as Arthur dismounted. "You actually did it. All that patient nonsense worked." "Told you, didn't I, Arthur?" Hosea said with evident pride. "Some things can't be rushed." Dutch approached to inspect the Mustang, nodding with approval. "Fine animal, Arthur. Strong looking. Should serve you well." "He's more than just strong," Arthur replied, stroking Copper's gleaming neck. "He's got heart. Won't quit when things get tough." "Sounds like someone else I know," Dutch commented with a rare, genuine smile. "Well done, son." Young Jack pushed through the gathered adults, eyes wide with excitement. "Can I pet him, Uncle Arthur, please?" "Careful now," Arthur cautioned, though he knew Copper had grown accustomed to the boy during his visits to the corral. "Approach him slowly, let him see you coming." Jack followed the instructions perfectly, approaching with the same careful respect Arthur had demonstrated throughout the breaking process. Copper lowered his head, allowing the boy to stroke his nose with visible gentleness. "He remembers me," Jack exclaimed delightedly. "Course he does," Arthur confirmed. "Horses don't forget kindness." Later, as Arthur settled Copper in with the other horses at the hitching posts, making sure he had water and feed for the night, Charles joined him. "You did well," the hunter said simply, honored the horse's spirit while earning his trust. "Couldn't have done it without your guidance," Arthur acknowledged. "Never would have had the patience otherwise." Charles shook his head. "The patience was always in you. You just needed permission to use it." He patted Copper's shoulder approvingly. "You've gained more than just a horse. You've gained a partner." Arthur nodded, understanding the truth in Charles's words. The weeks spent with Copper had changed something in him, had reminded him that force wasn't the only way to achieve results, that some things of value required time and gentle persistence. That night, by the light of a lantern in his tent, Arthur made an entry in his journal, accompanying it with a sketch of Copper standing proud in the corral. "Finally finished breaking that Mustang I've been working with. Copper, I'm calling him. Charles showed me the Lakota way. Patience and respect instead of force. Took longer than my usual method, but the results speak for themselves. Horse trusts me now, not just fears me. Responds to the lightest touch. Strange how working with him changed my own thinking too. Found myself more patient with the camp folk, less quick to anger. Reminded me there's more than one way to get things done in this world. Dutch always talks about freedom, but I think maybe I understood something new about it, watching that wild horse choose to trust me rather than being forced to submit. Tomorrow we'll ride out proper, see what he can really do. But tonight, I'm just grateful for the reminder that not everything worth having comes at the end of a gun. Some things come through trust, freely given, earned day by day." Arthur closed the journal and extinguished his lantern, listening to the night sounds of the camp, distant conversations, the occasional laugh, horses shifting at their hitching posts. Among those sounds was the distinctive snort of his new mount, no longer wild but not truly tamed either. Rather, Copper had entered into a partnership of mutual respect, still spirited, still proud, but now willing to work alongside the human who had earned his trust. In the morning, they would ride together as true partners, each having chosen the other freely, both stronger for the bond between them. And in that, Arthur realized, was a kind of freedom he hadn't considered before, one built not on the absence of connection, but on the right kind of connection, freely chosen and mutually respected. It was, he thought as sleep claimed him, a worthy lesson from a copper-colored Mustang that had once run wild across the endless frontier. The dawn broke crisp and clear as Arthur saddled Copper for their first real day as partners. The morning ritual felt different now. No longer a cautious approach to a half-wild animal, but a greeting between companions. Copper nickered softly when Arthur approached with his saddle, recognizing the now familiar weight as it settled on his back. "Big day ahead, boy," Arthur murmured, tightening the cinch with practiced hands. "Time to see what you're really made of." Hosea approached as Arthur was making final adjustments to the tack, a knowing smile on his weathered face. "Taking your new friend for a proper ride?" "Figured we'd explore a bit," Arthur replied. "Need to see how he handles real terrain, not just the meadow." "Mind if I join you?" Hosea asked. "Silver Dollar could use the exercise, and I've been curious to see this horse of yours in action." Arthur nodded, pleased by the older outlaw's interest. "Could use the company. Thought I'd head up toward the Cumberland Forest maybe. Got some decent trails, bit of climbing." "Perfect," Hosea agreed. "Give me 10 minutes to saddle up." As Jose went to prepare his own mount, Charles appeared from the direction of his tent, bow slung across his back, clearly preparing for a hunting trip. "Testing him out?" he asked, nodding toward Copper. "Yeah, Arthur confirmed. Hosea's coming along. Want to see what he can do in rougher country. Charles studied the Mustang with approval. He's ready. Just remember, keep building that trust. First time in unfamiliar territory, he'll look to you for confidence. I'll keep that in mind, Arthur promised. And Charles, thank you for showing me another way. The hunter nodded, a rare smile briefly crossing his face. You did the work, I just pointed the direction. By the time Hosea returned with Silver Dollar, the camp was beginning to stir with morning activity. Dutch emerged from his tent to see them off, making a show of inspecting Copper once more. Fine-looking animal, he commented, patting the horse's neck, though I still prefer the Count for pure speed. We'll see about that, Arthur replied with a competitive grin. The Count, Dutch's prized white Arabian, was undeniably fast, but Arthur suspected Copper might have hidden talents of his own. Just be back by tomorrow, Dutch reminded them. We've got that bank job in Valentine to discuss. Arthur exchanged a quick glance with Hosea, the familiar tension between their current peaceful moment and the violence that always lurked in their future. But he pushed the thought aside as he swung into the saddle, wanting to focus on the day ahead rather than the inevitable return to outlaw work. Copper stood steady beneath him, alert but calm, awaiting direction. Arthur gave a gentle squeeze with his knees, and the Mustang moved forward smoothly, falling into step beside Silver Dollar as they rode out of camp. The morning air carried a pleasant chill that would burn away once the sun climbed higher. Dew sparkled on the long grass, and birds called from the trees surrounding Horseshoe Overlook. Arthur felt a sense of contentment that had become rare in recent months. The simple pleasure of a good horse beneath him, and open country ahead. So this is the famous Copper, Hosea commented as they rode. I've been watching your work with him. Impressive patience you've shown. Learned more than I taught, I think, Arthur admitted. Never tried breaking a horse that way before. Charles has wisdom worth listening to, Hosea observed. Always has. Dutch respects his methods, even if he doesn't always understand them. They rode at an easy pace, giving Copper time to acclimate to the longer journey. The Mustang moved with natural grace, steps sure and balanced even on uneven ground. Arthur noticed how the horse constantly assessed their surroundings, ears swiveling to track sounds, nostrils flaring to catch scents, eyes alert but not fearful. As they crossed a shallow stream, Copper stepped through the water without hesitation, unlike many horses Arthur had ridden that balked at such obstacles. When they encountered a fallen log across the trail, the Mustang gathered himself and jumped cleanly over without breaking stride. He's got good instincts, Hosea noted appreciatively. Natural athlete, doesn't second-guess himself. Been noticing that? Arthur agreed. Seems to read the terrain better than most horses I've had. They climbed steadily as the morning progressed, the rolling grasslands giving way to more rugged country as they approached the edges of Cumberland Forest. Arthur let Copper set his own pace on the uphill sections, noting with approval how the horse picked the most efficient path without guidance. Near midday, they paused in a small clearing to rest the horses and eat the lunch Pearson had packed for them. Arthur loosened Copper's cinch to allow him to breathe more comfortably and offered him water from his hat, then left him to graze alongside Silver Dollar while he and Hosea settled under a tree with their food. He's bonded to you properly, Hosea observed, watching as Copper occasionally glanced toward Arthur, keeping track of his location even while grazing. That's the mark of good breaking. Horse stays aware of you even when you're not directing him. Never had a mount pay that kind of attention before, Arthur admitted. Usually they take any break as a chance to ignore you entirely. Hosea chuckled. That's because most horses see their riders as something to be tolerated. This one sees you as someone worth listening to. He took a bite of his sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. Reminds me of Bessie's approach with horses. She had that same gentle persistence, never forced, just outlasted their resistance. The mention of Hosea's late wife was rare enough to catch Arthur's attention. Don't think I ever saw her with horses. Before your time with us, Hosea explained. She had a way with them, said horses were like people. They remembered those who treated them with respect. His eyes took on a distant look. Always wondered if I might have settled into ranch life with her, if things had gone differently. Arthur let the moment of reminiscence hang between them, understanding the weight of Hosea's rare personal disclosure. The older outlaw had been the closest thing to a father figure he'd known since Dutch had found him all those years ago. But Hosea rarely spoke of the life he might have led, away from the gang. After resting the horses, they continued deeper into the forest, the trail narrowing as the trees grew thicker. Copper navigated the tighter spaces with ease, responding to the slightest pressure from Arthur's knees to adjust his path. They emerged onto a ridge overlooking a spectacular vista, rolling hills stretching toward distant mountains, a river winding silver through the valley below. Worth the ride just for this view, Hosea commented, reining Silver Dollar to a stop beside Arthur. Arthur nodded agreement, pulling out his journal to quickly sketch the landscape. Copper stood patiently beneath him, occasionally shifting weight, but showing none of the restless pawing that many horses exhibited during stops. As Arthur finished his sketch, a distant movement caught his eye, a small herd of deer grazing in a meadow below. Fancy a bit of hunting? Hosea suggested, following his gaze. Test how your new friend handles that kind of work? Worth a try, Arthur agreed, tucking his journal away. Charles said something about testing him in different situations. They made their way down the slope toward the meadow, dismounting at the edge of the tree line and ground tying the horses while they stalked closer to the deer on foot. Copper watched Arthur go with evident interest, but remained where he was left, another promising sign of his training taking hold. The hunting was successful. Arthur brought down a decent-sized buck with a clean shot. As they field-dressed their kill, he kept glancing back toward where they'd left the horses, half expecting Copper to have wandered off or spooked at the gunshot. But the Mustang remained in place, alert but calm. Let's see how he handles the scent of blood, Hosea suggested as they prepared to load the deer. Some horses can't abide it, no matter how well trained. Arthur led Copper forward, speaking calmly as they approached the dressed deer. The horse's nostrils flared at the unfamiliar scent, and he sidestepped nervously for a moment, but didn't try to bolt. Arthur continued stroking his neck and speaking softly until Copper settled, allowing them to secure the deer carcass across his back with minimal fuss. Another test passed, Hosea observed approvingly. You've got yourself a steady mount there, Arthur. 1 in 100 horses would take to that so easily. The added weight and unfamiliar scent didn't appear to bother Copper as they continued their journey, now heading on a loop that would eventually take them back toward camp. The Mustang moved with the same sure-footed confidence as before, adapting quickly to the new conditions. As afternoon waned toward evening, the weather began to change. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and a freshening breeze carried the unmistakable scent of approaching rain. Might be in for a downpour, Jose noted with a frown. Don't fancy riding back to camp in a deluge. Arthur studied the sky, calculating distances and options. There's that trapper's cabin about an hour from here. Might make it before the worst hits. Lead on, Hosea agreed. Another good test for your Mustang. Foul weather. They picked up the pace, Copper matching Silver Dollar's more urgent trot without hesitation. The first fat raindrops began to fall as they crossed a wide meadow. quickly intensifying into a steady shower. Thunder rolled in the distance, and Copper's ears pricked forward at the sound, but he maintained his steady pace. By the time they reached the abandoned trapper's cabin, Arthur had remembered the rain had become a true downpour. They quickly unsaddled the horses and set them up under the cabin's small lean-to, wiping them down with spare blankets before securing their comfort for the night. Copper stood quietly during the process, seemingly unbothered by the storm that now raged around them. When Arthur offered him a handful of oats from their supplies, the Mustang took them delicately from his palm, a far cry from the cautious animal that had first approached him in the meadow weeks earlier. Inside the cabin, Arthur and Hosea shook water from their coats and set about making the space habitable for the night. A serviceable fireplace provided heat and light once they had it burning, and the roof proved mostly sound despite a few minor leaks. "Quite the day," Hosea commented as they settled by the fire, sharing a bottle of whiskey Arthur had thought to bring along. "Your horse acquitted himself admirably?" Arthur nodded, a sense of pride warming him more than the whiskey. "He's a good one, better than I expected, if I'm honest. The best horses often come from unexpected places," Hosea observed, "rather like the best men I've found." The subtle compliment wasn't lost on Arthur, who accepted it with a small nod of acknowledgement. Hosea had always been more free with praise than Dutch, whose approval seemed increasingly difficult to earn in recent months. "Something on your mind?" Hosea asked, reading Arthur's expression with his usual perceptiveness. Arthur hesitated, then decided to voice the thoughts that had been brewing during his weeks working with Copper. "Been thinking about what we're doing, where we're headed. Dangerous pastime thinking," Hosea remarked with a wry smile, though his eyes remained serious. "What particular worries are gnawing at you?" "Blackwater was a mess," Arthur said quietly. "Dutch seems different since then. Harder. More desperate, maybe." Hosea sighed, taking another sip of whiskey before responding. "He feels the pressure. Times are changing faster than he expected. The world he thrived in is disappearing. And this bank job in Valentine is necessary," Hosea finished for him. "We need money to get west, away from all this. One big score could set us up." Arthur wasn't convinced, but didn't press the point. Instead, he steered the conversation back to safer ground. "Working with that horse gave me something I've been missing. Purpose that doesn't involve robbing or killing." "Noticed that," Hosea acknowledged. "You seemed more at peace these past weeks than I've seen in some time." He studied Arthur thoughtfully. "Ever wonder what you might have been if Dutch and I hadn't found you?" The question caught Arthur off guard. Never had much cause to think on it. Was just a wild kid headed for an early grave before you two came along. "Perhaps," Hosea allowed. "But you had qualities even then. Loyalty, determination. Could have made something of yourself in many walks of life." "Little late for that kind of thinking," Arthur replied, uncomfortable with the direction the conversation was taking. "Made my choices long ago." "Choices can be remade," Hosea said quietly. "Not easily, perhaps, but it's never too late to change course if the current one isn't leading where you want to go." Arthur didn't respond, but the words settled into him, finding purchase in soil that had been prepared, unknowingly, by his experiences with Copper. The patient work of building trust, of finding connection through respect rather than force. It stood in stark contrast to the increasingly violent path Dutch seemed determined to lead them down. The storm raged through the night, but by morning had passed, leaving a washed, clean world of glistening leaves and muddy trails. They set out early, wanting to reach camp before Dutch grew impatient with their absence. Copper handled the wet conditions admirably, picking his way carefully through muddied paths, steady even when the ground grew treacherous. By mid-morning, the forest began to thin, and they emerged onto the familiar rolling hills surrounding Horseshoe Overlook. As they approached camp, Arthur spotted a figure waiting by the hitching posts. Jack Marston, standing on tiptoes to see farther down the trail, clearly watching for their return. "Uncle Arthur," the boy called excitedly as they came into view. "You're back. Did Copper do good?" Arthur exchanged an amused glance with Hosea before responding. "He did real good, Jack. Best horse I've ever had, I reckon." Jack beamed, rushing forward as they dismounted. "Can I help take care of him? Please? I'll be careful." "Sure," Arthur agreed, handing the boy Copper's reins. "Lead him to the water trough first. He's had a long ride." Jack took the responsibility with solemn seriousness, carefully leading the Mustang while talking to him in a stream of childish chatter. To Arthur's satisfaction, Copper followed the boy with gentle patience, lowering his head obligingly when Jack reached the water trough. "Boy's taken quite a shine to your horse," Hosea observed as they watched Jack carefully remove Copper's saddle under Arthur's guidance. "Goes both ways," Arthur replied. "Copper's gentler with him than anyone." Dutch approached as they were unloading the deer carcass, cigar in hand and a calculating look in his eye that Arthur had come to recognize as a prelude to planning. "Welcome back," he greeted them. "Successful trip, I see?" "Very," Hosea confirmed. Arthur's new mount proved exceptional. Dutch nodded absently, clearly more interested in other matters. "Good, good. Once you're settled, come find me. We need to discuss Valentine. I've had some new ideas while you were away." As Dutch walked away, Arthur caught Hosea's eye, seeing his own reservations mirrored there. But they both knew the conversation by the fire had been a temporary reprieve from the reality of their lives. They were outlaws, and outlaws they would remain. Over the next weeks, Arthur found himself frequently torn between gang business and time with Copper. The Mustang continued to impress, proving equally capable in complex situations from stealthy hunting to high-speed pursuits. More than once, Arthur credited the horse with saving his life, once when a quick leap cleared a ravine that would have trapped him during a pursuit by lawmen, and again when Copper's superior footing prevented a dangerous fall on a mountain trail. The Valentine bank job came and went, successful but messier than planned, forcing them to flee the area entirely. Through it all, Copper remained steady, seeming to understand the urgency of their frequent moves, adapting quickly to each new camp. Jack continued to take special interest in the Mustang, and Arthur found himself spending more time with the boy as a result, showing him basic horsemanship and care. Abigail watched these interactions with grateful eyes, clearly appreciating the positive male influence in her son's life. "That horse changed something in you," she commented one evening as Arthur sat whittling a small wooden horse for Jack, Copper grazing nearby. "Never seen you so patient." Arthur shrugged, uncomfortable with the observation, though he knew it held truth. "Just a horse." "No," Abigail disagreed with quiet certainty. "It's more than that. The way you are with him, with Jack, it's different. Gentler." Before Arthur could form a response, a commotion from the main camp drew their attention. Raised voices, the sound of horses approaching at speed. They hurried back to find Dutch and several others mounting up, expressions grim. "Pinkertons," Dutch explained tersely as Arthur approached. "Spotted near roads. We need to move. Now." The familiar rush of emergency preparations began. Tents struck, wagons loaded, belongings secured for rapid departure. Arthur moved automatically through these practiced motions, but with a heaviness that seemed new. Each hasty retreat, each abandoned camp, felt increasingly like running in circles rather than moving towards some greater purpose. As he saddled Copper for the journey, the Mustang seemed to sense his mood, nudging Arthur's shoulder gently with his muzzle. The simple gesture of connection steadied him somehow, a reminder of something solid in a world that seemed increasingly built on shifting sand. They rode through the night, a caravan of outlaws once more fleeing the long arm of the law. Arthur rode point, Copper's sure footing allowing him to navigate confidently even in the darkness. The Mustang moved with the same willing spirit he'd shown since their partnership began, responding to the slightest cue, working in harmony with his rider's needs. By dawn, they'd reached the new location Dutch had chosen, a place called Clemens Point, nestled against a lake and offering good visibility against approach. As they began setting up the new camp, Arthur took a moment to care for Copper, brushing him down thoroughly after the long ride. "Good boy," he murmured, stroking the horse's neck, "always coming through when it matters." Charles approached as Arthur was finishing, his own mount already tended to and grazing nearby. "Your Mustang's proven his worth," he observed, "holding up well to our lifestyle?" "Better than some of us," Arthur replied with a wry smile. Charles studied him with that penetrating gaze that always seemed to see more than Arthur intended to reveal. "The horse is a reflection of the rider," he said finally. "Clear purpose, steady hand, mutual respect, these create a partnership that endures." "Wish it was that simple with people," Arthur commented. "It can be," Charles suggested. "Same principles apply. Know your purpose, be consistent, build trust." The conversation was interrupted by Dutch calling for attention, gathering the gang to deliver one of his increasingly frequent speeches about loyalty, about their plans, about the better future just beyond the horizon. Arthur listened with the others, but found himself watching Copper grazing peacefully nearby. The Mustang's simple presence somehow more convincing than Dutch's elaborate promises. That night, unable to sleep despite exhaustion, Arthur slipped away from camp to sit by the lake shore. The moon cast a silver path across the dark water, a scene of tranquility that contrasted sharply with the tension he felt building within the gang. The soft sound of hoofbeats made him turn, expecting to see one of the night guards patrolling the camp perimeter. Instead, he was surprised to see Copper approaching, having apparently freed himself from the hitching post to seek out his rider. "Hey there," Arthur greeted him softly, reaching up to stroke the Mustang's muzzle as the horse lowered his head in greeting. "Shouldn't be wandering around at night. Folks are jumpy, might mistake you for trouble." Copper nickered quietly, seeming content to simply stand beside Arthur, occasionally shifting weight but making no move to leave. The companionable silence eased something in Arthur's chest, a reminder that not all connections needed words, that sometimes the simplest relationships were the most honest. After a while, he reached for his journal, sketching Copper's profile in the moonlight, while the horse dozed lightly beside him. When the page was filled, he wrote beneath the drawing, "Strange times we're living in. Dutch pushing us harder than ever, chasing some dream that feels further away with each move we make. Everyone on edge, waiting for the next disaster. But this horse, this copper-colored Mustang that once ran wild, he's become something solid in all this chaos. A partner that doesn't question, doesn't doubt, just offers trust, freely given and well earned." Charles said breaking him properly would create a true partnership, and he was right. Makes me wonder about other partnerships in my life. The gang, Dutch, our so-called family. Built on loyalty, yes, but what kind? The forced kind, born of fear and obligation, or the earned kind, built day by day through honest dealing? Never thought a horse would make me question such things, but here I am, seeing clearer because of lessons learned breaking a wild Mustang. Funny how life teaches you, if you're willing to listen. Arthur closed the journal as the eastern sky began to lighten with approaching dawn. He led Copper back to the hitching posts, securing him properly before returning to his tent for what little sleep he might catch before the day's work began. In the weeks that followed, as gang business grew increasingly complicated and dangerous, Arthur found himself relying on Copper in ways he'd never depended on a horse before. The Mustang's combination of intelligence, stamina, and courage made him invaluable for everything from scouting missions to quick escapes. Jack continued his fascination with the horse, and Arthur made time, despite Dutch's growing demands, to teach the boy about proper care and riding. The simple joy of these lessons, watching Jack's face light up when Copper responded to his careful guidance, provided rare moments of peace amid the growing storm of their outlaw existence. "He listens to me, Uncle Arthur," Jack exclaimed one afternoon after successfully directing Copper through a simple pattern of turns using just his knees and the lightest touch on the reins. "He really listens." "That's because you're talking to him proper," Arthur explained, steadying the boy in the saddle. "Not just with your hands or your voice, but with your whole self. Horses sense that when you're fully present with them." The lesson struck Arthur with unexpected force, even as he delivered it. Being fully present, it was something he'd practiced daily with Copper during those weeks of breaking, but something he'd lost in the hectic pace of recent events. He'd been going through motions, following Dutch's increasingly erratic plans, without truly engaging his own judgment. That evening, as Copper carried him back from a scouting mission gone wrong, another Pinkerton patrol spotted too close to camp, Arthur found himself speaking aloud to the horse as they rode through gathering darkness. "Don't know where we're headed anymore, boy," he admitted quietly. "Dutch talks about Tahiti now, tropical farming of all things. Hosea looks worried all the time. John's pulling away. Everything's fracturing." Copper's ears swiveled back to catch his words, the horse maintaining his steady pace while listening to his rider's concerns. There was something freeing in speaking to a companion who offered no judgment, no solutions, just the steady rhythm of hoofbeats and the occasional soft snort of acknowledgement. "Breaking you taught me something," Arthur continued, stroking the horse's neck as they rode. "Taught me that force isn't always the answer, that patience and respect can build something stronger than fear ever could." He sighed, watching the camp appear through the trees ahead. "Just wish I knew how to apply that lesson to all this mess we're in." As if in response, Copper halted briefly at the edge of the trees, turning his head to look back at Arthur with those intelligent eyes that seemed to see straight through to his core. For a moment, rider and horse regarded each other in the gathering gloom, partners in a journey whose destination remained uncertain. Then Copper snorted softly and continued forward, carrying Arthur back to camp and the complicated web of loyalties and obligations that defined his life. But something had shifted within him. A seed planted during those quiet weeks of breaking the Mustang had taken root and begun to grow, a different kind of strength than he'd relied on before. That night, Arthur dreamed of open plains and endless skies, of riding Copper across boundless country with no pursuit behind them and no desperation driving them forward. Just man and horse in perfect harmony, moving together toward a horizon that promised not escape, but possibility. He woke before dawn, the dream still vivid in his mind, and slipped out to check on Copper. The Mustang greeted him with quiet recognition, accepting an early apple with delicate lips that barely brushed Arthur's palm. "You and me," Arthur murmured, stroking the strong neck as the horse enjoyed his treat. "Whatever happens, we face it together. That's a promise." Copper raised his head, meeting Arthur's gaze with what seemed like understanding. Man and horse stood together in the quiet dawn, a partnership built not on domination but on mutual respect, each having chosen the other freely, both stronger for the bond between them. In the distance, Arthur could hear the camp beginning to stir. Another day of schemes and risks and running ahead. But for this moment, in the golden light of early morning, he stood with his copper-colored Mustang and felt something like peace, the hard-won reward of breaking a wild horse, not by crushing its spirit, but by earning its trust. And in that moment, Arthur Morgan understood that some bonds, once formed properly, could never truly be broken, not by distance or danger or even death itself. The connection he'd built with this once wild Mustang would remain a part of him always, a lesson in patience and trust that had changed not just how he rode, but how he lived. Copper nickered softly, nudging Arthur's shoulder as if urging him forward into whatever the day might bring. Arthur smiled, giving the horse a final pat before turning toward camp, carrying with him the quiet strength of their partnership, a wild spirit not broken but joined with his own, facing the uncertain future together. As the weeks passed at Clemens Point, Arthur found himself increasingly drawn to the peaceful moments with Copper, rather than the chaotic demands of Dutch's plans. The copper-colored Mustang had become more than just a mount. He was a loyal companion, a silent confidant, and a reminder that there were gentler ways to move through this harsh world. One crisp morning, Arthur rode Copper along the outskirts of a small settlement west of Rhodes. The Mustang moved with easy confidence beneath him, their partnership now so natural it felt as though they shared a single mind. As they crested a hill overlooking a verdant valley, Arthur reined Copper to a stop, taking in the unexpected scene below. A small white church stood nestled among flowering trees, its modest steeple reaching toward the clear blue sky. Horses and wagons were gathered in the yard, and people in their Sunday best milled about outside. From this distance, Arthur could just make out the sound of cheerful voices and laughter carried on the breeze. "Well, well," Arthur murmured to Copper, who flicked his ears back attentively. "Looks like we've stumbled onto something happy for a change." Normally, Arthur would have given such a gathering a wide berth. Gang business and honest folk rarely mixed well, but something about the peaceful scene below drew him. Perhaps it was curiosity, or perhaps simply the desire to witness something untainted by the violence that had become so constant in his own life. He guided Copper down the slope, keeping to the tree line and maintaining a respectful distance. As they drew closer, he could see white ribbons decorating the church entrance, and flowers adorning every available surface. A wedding, then. Some hopeful couple starting a life together, surrounded by community and goodwill. Arthur dismounted at the edge of the woods, securing Copper to a low branch where the horse could graze comfortably. He leaned against a tree trunk, journal in hand, and began to sketch the scene. The church, the gathered community, the sense of anticipation that hung in the air, it all spoke of a simpler life, one that seemed increasingly distant from his own reality. As he watched, a young woman emerged from a nearby farmhouse. Even from this distance, Arthur could see she was dressed in a simple white dress, her hair adorned with wildflowers instead of a formal veil. She was accompanied by an older man, her father perhaps, who offered his arm with evident pride as they began the short walk toward the waiting church. The bride's face seemed to radiate joy, a happiness so pure and unguarded that Arthur found himself smiling in response. This was something untouched by the cynicism and hardship of outlaw life, a moment of pure hope, of beginnings rather than desperate escapes. Copper nickered softly behind him, as if sharing in his rider's unexpected moment of peace. Arthur reached back to stroke the horse's neck absently, his eyes still fixed on the unfolding scene. "Something to see, ain't it?" he murmured. "Folks just living their lives, making promises they truly believe they can keep." As the wedding party disappeared into the church, Arthur closed his journal and returned to Copper's side. He wouldn't intrude further on their celebration. This peaceful moment belonged to them, not to a weather-worn outlaw with too much blood on his hands. But as he mounted up and turned Copper back toward camp, Arthur carried with him the image of that simple country wedding, a reminder that somewhere beyond the chaos of Dutch's grand plans and the Pinkertons' relentless pursuit, normal life continued. People fell in love, made vows, built futures on nothing more than hope and honest work. "Come on, boy," he said to Copper, patting the Mustang's strong neck. "Let's head back before someone starts missing us." As they rode away, Arthur couldn't help but glance back once more at the little white church in the valley. The sound of distant singing now drifted up the hillside, joyful voices raised in celebration of new beginnings. A simple country wedding, worlds away from his complicated existence, yet somehow touching something long dormant within him. Copper carried him steadily homeward through the golden afternoon light, the rhythm of hoofbeats a soothing counterpoint to Arthur's thoughts. Behind them, in that peaceful valley, a new chapter was beginning for some hopeful couple, and though Arthur Morgan might never know their names or their story, for one brief moment their paths had crossed, the outlaw and the newlyweds, each traveling their separate roads through this vast, unforgiving, yet occasionally beautiful frontier. The McFarlane Ranch stirred to life earlier than usual that spring morning. Dawn had barely broken over the new Austin plains when Bonnie McFarlane stepped onto the porch of the main house, surveying the bustling activity that had transformed her family's working cattle ranch overnight. Ranch hands moved with purpose across the yard, carrying benches and tables, hanging lanterns, and stringing wildflower garlands between fence posts, with unusual care for men more accustomed to roping cattle than decorating. The air carried a particular sweetness today, the scent of fresh-cut hay mingling with the wildflowers that women from neighboring homesteads had gathered over the past week. Even the livestock seemed to sense the day's importance, the cattle quieter than usual in their pens, as if respecting the occasion about to unfold at the heart of their domain. "Everything on schedule, Miss McFarlane." Amos, the ranch foreman, approached with his ever-present clipboard, though today it held a wedding checklist rather than cattle counts. The sun caught the silver in his beard as he squinted up at the promising blue sky overhead. "As well as can be expected," Bonnie replied, tucking a stray blonde hair behind her ear. She'd been up half the night finalizing preparations, determined that today would go perfectly. Her riding clothes had been abandoned for once in favor of a simple blue dress, not fancy by city standards, but a significant concession to formality for the notoriously practical ranch mistress. "Any word from the preacher yet?" "Stage from Armadillo's running late. Dust storm kicked up near Ridgewood. Should be here by noon, though," Amos assured her, making a notation on his list. His usual efficiency with ranch matters extended seamlessly to wedding planning, another reason Bonnie valued him as foreman. Bunny nodded, trying to quell the flutter of anxiety in her chest. This wedding meant more to her than she cared to admit. Emma Wilson and Thomas Cooper had both worked the McFarlane Ranch for years before falling in love right under everyone's noses. Emma had started in the kitchen, eventually proving herself skilled enough with horses to become one of their best. When they'd shyly asked if they might hold their wedding ceremony at the place where their romance had bloomed, Bonnie had agreed without hesitation. "Let's hope so, otherwise Pa might have to conduct the ceremony himself, and heaven knows what colorful language he'd include in the vows," she said, with a wry smile. Amos chuckled, knowing Drew McFarlane's reputation for plain speaking all too well. The old rancher had never been one to mince words, his vocabulary peppered with expressions that would make even seasoned cowhands blush. "I'll keep an eye on the road. And, Miss McFarlane, the barn looks real nice. You've done a fine job." Bonnie acknowledged the compliment with a nod before turning her attention to the barn that would serve as both chapel and reception hall. The massive doors stood open to the morning light, revealing transformed interiors. The usually practical space had been swept clean of hay and dust, its rough-hewn beams now adorned with flowers and ribbon. Hay bales covered in clean white linen served as guest seating, arranged in neat rows facing a simple arch woven with local wildflowers. She stepped inside, boots echoing on the wooden floor that had been scrubbed until the grain showed through years of accumulated dirt. Lanterns hung from the rafters, ready to be lit when evening came, and the far wall had been draped with quilts made by women throughout the county. A display of collective craftsmanship that transformed the utilitarian space into something approaching beauty. It wasn't fancy by city standards, but out here in New Austin, it represented the very best the community could offer. Every detail had been contributed by someone: the flowers gathered by the women from Hennigan's Stead, the arch built by the blacksmith's apprentice, the benches loaned from the Armadillo Saloon. Even the notorious Bonnie McFarlane, more comfortable with a lasso than lace, had spent evenings sewing table runners from spare fabric. The wedding had taken on an importance beyond just Emma and Thomas. In this harsh landscape where survival often demanded every ounce of energy, celebrations were precious things, opportunities to remember that life offered more than just endless labor. Bonnie understood this instinctively, even if she'd never articulated so plainly. "Miss Barney!" A breathless voice called from the direction of the bunkhouses. Young Katie, one of the kitchen girls, came hurrying across the yard, her apron dusted with flour and her cheeks flushed from the heat of the ovens. At 16, she was the youngest of the ranch staff, taken in by Bonnie when her family's homestead had failed last winter. "Miss Emma's asking for you. She seems, well, a bit overcome." Bonnie sighed. Bridal nerves were to be expected, though she'd hoped practical Emma might be spared. "Thank you, Katie. Tell the men to keep those tables level when they set them up. Last thing we need is wedding cake on the ground." "Yes, ma'am," Katie nodded eagerly. "Mrs. Larson says the cake's nearly done. 3 tiers. I've never seen such a thing. And Mr. Wilson brought a whole deer for the roast. And Mrs. Peterson's brought 6 pies and—" "That's fine, Katie," Bonnie interrupted gently. The girl's enthusiasm was endearing, but exhausting on a day already filled with 1,000 details requiring attention. "Make sure the kitchen has enough wood for the stoves. I'll deal with Emma." She made her way to the small guest cottage where Emma was preparing. The bride had insisted on following tradition, refusing to see Thomas since yesterday afternoon, despite the cramped quarters of ranch life making such separation challenging. Thomas had been banished to the bunkhouse, reportedly pacing like a caged mountain lion, according to the amused reports of his fellow hands. The cottage sat at the far edge of the ranch's main compound, a simple one-room structure usually reserved for visiting business associates or the occasional dignitary who found themselves in the remote reaches of New Austin. Today, it had been transformed into a bridal preparation room, with Emma's few female relatives turning the sparse accommodations into a sanctuary of feminine ritual. A soft knock at the door was answered by Emma's sister Martha, who stepped aside with visible relief. "Thank goodness you're here. She's convinced herself the whole thing's a terrible idea." Martha was Emma's opposite in many ways. Where Emma was practical and reserved, Martha had a flair for drama that manifested now in her expressive gestures and the elaborate arrangement of her hair, clearly done specially for the occasion. Inside the modestly appointed room, The scene was one of controlled chaos. Dresses hung from every available hook, ribbons and hairpins scattered across the small table, and a basin of water, sprinkled with wildflower petals, sat ready for the bride's final ablutions. The room smelled of lavender water and the beeswax candles that flickered in the corners, giving the space a golden glow despite the morning sunlight streaming through the windows. Emma sat on the edge of the bed in her undergarments, her wedding dress, a simple but elegant creation of white cotton with delicate embroidery around the collar, hung carefully nearby. Her normally rosy face was pale, her hands twisting a handkerchief into a tortured knot. Two younger cousins hovered uncertainly nearby, clearly unsure how to handle this sudden crisis of confidence. "I can't do this, Miss McFarland," she blurted as Bonnie entered. "What do Thomas and I know about marriage? We've got no house, barely any savings. My parents had nothing and fought constantly. What if we're making a terrible mistake? What if—" Her voice caught, and she looked up at Bonnie with eyes swimming with uncertainty. Bonnie dismissed the hovering relatives with a subtle gesture, waiting until the door closed behind them before sitting beside the young woman. For all her own discomfort with emotional displays, Bonnie recognized that some moments required a gentler approach than her usual brisk efficiency. "Emma Wilson," Bonnie interrupted firmly, sitting beside the young woman. "I've watched you break wild horses and handle newborn calves in blizzards. You're the strongest woman on this ranch next to me, and I don't say that lightly." Emma's anxious expression softened slightly at the compliment. She'd earned her reputation for competence through years of hard work, taking on tasks that many men on the ranch would hesitate to attempt. That Bonnie McFarland, legendary in her own right across New Austin, would acknowledge this meant something. "Marriage isn't so different from ranch work," Bonnie continued, surprising herself with words she'd never expected to say, having avoided matrimony herself thus far. "It's hard, it's daily, and sometimes you wonder why you ever took it on. But you don't do it alone. You and Thomas have each other, and you have all of us." She gestured toward the window, where the sounds of preparations continued, hammering, laughter, the occasional snatch of song as someone tested the instruments that would play later. "Everyone out there is investing in your future together, not because they expect you to fail, but because they believe you'll succeed." Emma managed a small smile, though worry still creased her brow. "But where will we live? The bunkhouse isn't proper for a married couple, and houses don't come cheap." The practical concerns seemed to weigh heavier than abstract fears, something Bonnie understood well. In frontier life, romance without practicality was a luxury few could afford. Bonnie smiled. "That was supposed to be a surprise for after the ceremony, but maybe you need to hear it now. Pa and I are giving you the old foreman's cabin as a wedding present. Amos moved to the new one last month, and we've been fixing it up for you both." The cabin in question sat on a gentle rise overlooking the southern pastures, small but solidly built, with a proper stone fireplace and even glass windows, a rarity in these parts. It had stood empty since Amos relocated to accommodations closer to the main house, but Bonnie had secretly directed repairs and improvements over recent weeks. New furniture had been crafted by the ranch carpenter, curtains sewn, the roof repaired, and a small garden plot cleared. All in preparation for this gift. Emma's eyes widened. "Miss McFarland, we couldn't possibly—" "You can and you will," Bonnie said firmly. "Good workers are hard to find in these parts. Consider it an investment in keeping you both at McFarland Ranch for years to come." She stood, smoothing her skirts with a practical gesture that belied the generosity of her gift. "Besides, having you two nearby means not having to train someone new for your positions. Pure self-interest on my part." The deflection of sentiment with practicality was typical of Bonnie, But Emma saw through it, tears welling in her eyes, tears of relief now rather than anxiety. I don't know what to say. Say you'll get dressed and marry that man who's been pacing a trench outside the bunkhouse since sunrise. Bonnie replied with a soft smile. The whole ranch has worked too hard on this wedding for you to call it off now. Martha approached with the wedding dress and Bonnie stood to leave. I'll send Katie over to help with your hair. That girl has a talent with braids that's wasted on kitchen work. Emma caught Bonnie's hand before she could leave. Thank you, she said simply. Not just for the cabin, for everything. For seeing something in me beyond just another hired girl. The naked gratitude made Bonnie uncomfortable, unused as she was to such emotional demonstrations. She squeezed Emma's hand briefly before reclaiming her own. Just be happy. That's thanks enough. With a nod to Martha to continue the preparations, she slipped out the door and back into the morning sunlight. As Bonnie stepped back into the bustling yard, she spotted a familiar figure approaching on horseback. John Marston rode at an unhurried pace, his features becoming clearer as he approached the ranch gates. Though initially wary of the former outlaw when he'd first appeared at McFarlane Ranch, Bonnie had developed a grudging respect for the man who'd helped save her father's life, and her family's ranch on more than one occasion. John sat his mount with the easy confidence of a man who'd spent more of his life in the saddle than out of it. His horse, a dappled grey with intelligent eyes, picked its way carefully through the crowded yard, avoiding the bustling workers with minimal guidance from its rider. Despite the festive occasion, Marston wore his usual attire. Practical, weathered, with the ever-present gun belt that marked him as a man who lived with danger as a constant companion. "Marston," she called as he dismounted near the hitching post. "Didn't expect to see you today." John removed his hat respectfully, revealing hair that carried more grey than when they'd first met. The scars on his weathered face told their own stories of a life harder than most. Miss McFarland, got your invitation. Hope it still stands." "Of course it does, though I half expected you to find some excuse about hunting bounties or whatever other trouble you're chasing these days." The teasing held a note of genuine curiosity. John Marston wasn't a man who typically attended social gatherings, particularly ones celebrating the simple domestic happiness that had so often eluded him. A ghost of a smile crossed John's weathered face. Abigail insisted, said it would do me good to attend something that doesn't end in gunfire for a change. "Your wife's a wise woman," Bonnie remarked, thinking of the fierce, loyal woman she'd met only a handful of times but had immediately respected. Abigail Marston had survived hardships that would have broken many, emerging with a determination to forge something better for her family, a quality Bonnie couldn't help but admire. "Speaking of which, she and Jack didn't come with you?" John shook his head, his expression softening at the mention of his family. "Jack's got a cough, nothing serious, but Abigail thought it best he rest. She sent this, though." He reached into his saddlebag and produced a small package wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. "Some kind of tablecloth she made. Had me promise to tell you she embroidered it herself." There was a note of pride in his voice as he handed over the gift. Bonnie accepted the package with genuine appreciation, feeling the weight of the fabric within. That was thoughtful of her. Please thank her for me. She glanced around at the ongoing preparations, seeing Amos struggling to direct several ranch hands who were attempting to erect tables under the canopy with varying degrees of success. "Since you're here and presumably have two functional hands, would you mind helping Amos with those tables? City folk might hire workers for their weddings, but out here, everyone pitches in." "Happy to help," John replied, hanging his gun belt on his saddle horn before following her toward where Amos directed the setup of long tables under a canopy of canvas strung between the barn and the nearby oak tree. It wouldn't stop heavy rain, but it would provide shade for the afternoon meal and shield against light showers if the gathering clouds decided to dampen the festivities. The morning progressed in a flurry of final preparations. The wedding cake, a marvel of culinary achievement given the limited resources available, was carefully transported from the kitchen to a place of honor under the canopy. 3 tiers of vanilla-scented perfection, frosted white and decorated with preserved berries. It represented the combined efforts of 3 women working in shifts over 2 days. Beside it, tables gradually filled with dishes brought by guests. Venison roast, beef stew, cornbread, biscuits, preserves, pies, and more. A display of abundance remarkable for a region where scarcity was more common than plenty. Bonnie moved between tasks with practiced efficiency, settling disputes, redirecting efforts, ensuring that the collective energy of the ranch remained focused on creating the perfect day for Emma and Thomas. She checked on Emma twice more, once to deliver a small blue ribbon for her hair, something borrowed and blue in one, and again to assure her that the preacher had finally arrived, dusty but intact on the midday stage. As midday approached, guests began arriving from neighboring ranches and the nearby settlements. Wagons and horses crowded the hitching areas, and the yard filled with the sounds of greetings and laughter. Women in their best dresses, some clearly made or altered specifically for the occasion, carried covered dishes to the outdoor kitchen area, where Bonnie's cook coordinated the potluck contributions that would feed the gathering. Men in freshly pressed shirts and awkward-fitting suit jackets stood in small groups, discussing cattle prices and weather predictions, when not casting anxious glances at the increasingly threatening sky. The Wilson family arrived in force. Emma's parents, 3 brothers with their wives, and an assortment of cousins that nearly doubled the gathering on their own. The Coopers came in smaller numbers, Thomas being one of only 2 surviving children, but they made up for it in enthusiasm, his mother immediately taking charge of arranging the gifts table, while his father engaged Drew McFarlane in animated conversation about breeding techniques for sturdier cattle. Children darted between adults, their Sunday clothes already showing signs of the freedom with which they treated the ranch yard. Dogs followed, equally excited by the unusual activity, until Bonnie ordered one of the hands to corral them behind the bunkhouse before they upset the tables, or, worse, discovered the wedding feast. Drew McFarland emerged from the main house, unusually formal in a clean black coat, but refusing to abandon his customary boots. His white hair and beard had been neatly trimmed for the occasion, though nothing could tame the fierce independence in his eyes as he surveyed the transformation of his working ranch with a mixture of pride and bemusement. "Quite the to-do you've put together, Bonnie," he commented as his daughter approached. "Half of New Austin seems to be here. People need something to celebrate, Pa, especially out here where life's mostly hard work and hardship." Bonnie watched as more wagons appeared on the horizon, bringing families from as far as Plainview and Mercer Station. The wedding had become something beyond its original intention, a gathering point for a community scattered across too many miles of harsh country, a chance to reinforce the human connections that made survival possible. Drew nodded thoughtfully, his eyes taking on the distant look they sometimes did when memories overtook him. "Your mother would have loved this. She always said a community needs 3 things to thrive: a church, a school, and regular gatherings to remind folks they're not facing the frontier alone." The unexpected mention of her long-dead mother caught Bonnie off guard. Drew rarely spoke of his wife, the pain of her loss still evident decades later. Elizabeth McFarland had been gone since Bonnie was 14, taken by the same fever that had claimed 3 of her brothers. leaving only Bonnie to carry on the family legacy alongside her grieving father. She said that, Bonnie asked softly, hungry for any scrap of the mother she'd lost too young. Often, Drew confirmed, especially when I'd complain about the time spent on socials and dances, said I was missing the point, that breaking bread together was as important to survival out here as breaking horses. He cleared his throat, uncomfortable with the sentiment but determined to share it. She'd be proud of you today, girl, not just for running this ranch better than most men could, but for understanding what she knew, that people need each other, need moments like this. Before Bonnie could respond to this rare glimpse into her father's heart, a commotion at the ranch entrance diverted their attention. The stagecoach from Armadillo had finally arrived, considerably later than expected and covered in a thick layer of dust that spoke to difficult road conditions. The driver looked exhausted, but triumphant as he pulled the team to a halt near the main house. From it emerged a dust-covered but dignified old man clutching a Bible, Reverend Swanson, looking considerably more sober and respectable than during his days running with Dutch's gang. His clerical collar sat slightly askew from the journey, but his bearing carried a newfound dignity that transcended his rumpled appearance. His reformation had surprised many, but none more than himself. John Marston, who had been helping arrange seating under the canopy, set down the bench he was carrying and approached the newcomer with a look of genuine disbelief. "Reverend? Didn't expect to see you officiating." Swanson straightened his clerical collar, a hint of his old nervous manner showing through his newfound dignity. "Mr. Marston, life takes us down unexpected paths, doesn't it? The church in Armadillo needed someone, and I found purpose in helping others, rather than drowning in my own miseries." The two men regarded each other with the complex recognition of those who have shared darker days. There was history between them, unspoken but palpable, of a time when both had been part of something that had ultimately destroyed itself from within. "You look well," John offered genuinely, noting the clear eyes and steady hands that had once been perpetually clouded and trembling. "Sobriety agrees with me, it seems," Swanson replied with a self-deprecating smile that acknowledged the understatement. "Though I confess, I still feel a fraud sometimes, standing before others as a moral guide." "Don't we all wear masks of some kind?" John responded, his voice low enough that only Swanson could hear. "At least yours is serving some good these days." Bonnie approached, introducing herself and quickly ushering the Reverend toward the main house where he could refresh himself before the ceremony. As they walked, dark clouds continued gathering on the horizon, and the breeze carried the unmistakable scent of approaching rain. The wind had picked up, making the canopies snap and billow, several ranch hands now working to secure them more firmly against the threatening weather. "Will we need to move indoors, do you think?" Swanson asked, eyeing the clouds with the practiced concern of a man who had spent enough nights without shelter to respect nature's whims. "Hoping it holds off," Bonnie replied, though her tone suggested limited faith in that outcome. "We've prepared the barn just in case. Not as pretty as the yard, but drier if it comes to it." In the main house, Bonnie showed the Reverend to her father's study where he could clean away the journey's dust and collect himself before the ceremony. A basin of fresh water, towels, and a small mirror had been set out in anticipation of his arrival. "I'll leave you to it," she said. "Ceremony's set for 2 o'clock, but we might need to move it up if those clouds keep building. I'll send someone to fetch you when we're ready." Left alone, Swanson set down his Bible and regarded himself in the small mirror. The face that looked back was still recognizable as the man who had once been Dutch van der Linde's obsequious, perpetually inebriated spiritual advisor. But the changes went deeper than mere sobriety. There was purpose in his eyes now, hard-won through his own battles with weakness and despair. He splashed water on his face, the coolness a blessed relief after hours in the dusty stagecoach. As he dried himself, his eyes fell on the McFarlane family Bible, displayed prominently on Drew's desk. Opening it reverently, he found generations of births, marriages, and deaths recorded in fading ink, the chronicle of a family that had claimed this harsh land and refused to be driven from it. Soon he would add another entry to a different family's history. The significance of this, that he, once lost to addiction and self-pity, would now help bind two lives together, humbled him anew. He straightened his collar, brushed the remaining dust from his coat, and opened his own Bible to review the ceremony once more. Outside, the question of weather had been settled for them. "Think it'll hold off?" John asked Amos as they finished securing the last canopy. Both men eyed the sky with the practiced concern of those whose livelihoods depended on reading weather correctly. "Not likely," the foreman replied grimly, tightening a rope with calloused hands that had performed this task countless times before. "Been watching those clouds build since dawn. Question is whether we'll get the ceremony done before it hits." No sooner had he spoken than a low rumble of thunder rolled across the plains, still distant but carrying the unmistakable promise of approaching weather. The clouds had darkened to a threatening grey moon, and the wind now carried occasional spits of moisture, harbingers of the downpour to come. Bonnie, conferring with Mrs. Wilson about final arrangements for Emma, heard the thunder and made an immediate decision. "We'll need to move everything to the barn," she told the mother of the bride. "Can you spread the word among your family? I'll handle the rest." What followed was a model of frontier efficiency, the entire gathering acting with the coordinated purpose of people accustomed to adapting to sudden changes, redirected their efforts to the contingency plan. Tables were quickly moved from under the threatened canopies into the barn's spacious interior. Food was covered and carried, decorations repurposed, and seating rearranged to accommodate the ceremony and reception in one space, rather than spread across the ranch yard as originally planned. The ranch bell rang out, signaling for guests to take their places in the barn. People filed in, finding places on the hay bale benches, their Sunday best a colorful contrast to the rustic setting. The musicians, 3 local men with a fiddle, banjo, and guitar, set up near the doors, adjusting their instruments and quietly conferring about the appropriate tunes for the occasion. Thomas waited nervously at the front, his usually tanned face pale beneath his collar, his work-roughened hands repeatedly adjusting his borrowed tie. Beside him stood his brother James, offering quiet encouragement and the occasional steadying hand when Thomas seemed in danger of swaying. The groom looked simultaneously foreign and familiar in his wedding suit, the same capable ranch hand who could break horses and mend fences, now transformed by a starched collar and polished boots into a figure of unexpected dignity. "Steady," James murmured as another roll of thunder, closer now, seemed to shake the barn itself. "Just weather, good luck they say. Rain on your wedding day." "Not worried about the weather," Thomas replied, his voice tight. "What if she's changed her mind? What if—" "She hasn't," James assured him. "Look." The musicians, taking their cue from Bonnie's subtle nod, began a somewhat uneven but heartfelt rendition of a traditional wedding march. The assembled guests rose, turning toward the barn doors, where the wedding party would enter. Heads turned as Martha entered first, carrying a small bouquet of wildflowers, and looking uncharacteristically gentle in a blue dress that had clearly been specially made for the occasion. She moved with deliberate steps, counting silently as she'd been instructed during the hasty rehearsal the previous evening. A collective murmur of appreciation rose as Emma appeared at the barn door on Drew McFarlane's arm. Her simple white dress caught the lantern light that had been hastily lit against the darkening day, and her dark hair had been arranged in an elegant twist, adorned with small white flowers and the blue ribbon Bonnie had provided. She moved with uncharacteristic shyness, her eyes fixed on Thomas as though drawing strength from his presence. Drew McFarland, standing in for Emma's father who had been dead these past 5 years, carried himself with the formal dignity of a man executing an important duty. He'd taken a special interest in Emma since hiring her as a kitchen girl all those years ago, recognizing in her the same practical determination he valued in his own daughter. Now he played his role in her special day with surprising grace for a man more comfortable on horseback than in social ceremonies. As Drew placed Emma's hand in Thomas's, a low rumble of thunder sounded directly overhead, and the first heavy drops of rain began to thud against the barn roof. The timing seemed almost deliberate, nature providing its own dramatic accompaniment to the proceedings. Reverend Swanson, sensing the need for haste given the worsening weather, kept the ceremony brief but meaningful. He spoke of partnership, faith, and building a life together on the foundation of honest work and genuine love. His words, delivered in a clear voice that carried to the far corners of the barn, held the simple eloquence of truth hard-won through personal struggle. He spoke of weathering storms together, both literal and metaphorical, of supporting each other through hardship, of finding joy in simple moments shared. When it came time to exchange rings, however, a moment of panic crossed Thomas's face. He patted his pockets with increasing desperation, turning to his brother with wide eyes. "The rings," he whispered hoarsely, loud enough for the front rows to hear and exchange concerned glances. "I gave them to you for safekeeping." James's expression shifted from confusion to horror as he searched his own pockets, inside and out, with increasing urgency. "I put them in my vest pocket. I'm sure of it." The simple gold bands had been purchased with 6 months of Thomas's careful saving, supplemented by James's contribution when the original amount proved insufficient. They weren't elaborate, plain circles without engraving or embellishment, but they represented a significant investment for a man of Thomas's means. A tense murmur ran through the assembled guests as the search continued. Emma's face fell, though she tried to maintain her composure. Bonnie, seated in the front row, was about to suggest proceeding without the rings, when an unexpected voice spoke up from the back of the barn. "Might have a solution," John Marston said, approaching the front with measured steps. From his pocket, he produced 2 simple gold bands, slightly worn but clearly well cared for. "Was going to leave these as a gift, but seems they're needed now. They were mine and Abigail's first rings, before we could afford better. We'd be honored if you'd use them today and consider them your gift." The gesture, coming from the quiet, reserved man known more for his deadly skills than sentimentality, created a momentary hush throughout the barn. The significance wasn't lost on anyone present. That John Marston would part with something so personal, so tied to his own hard-won happiness, spoke volumes about the respect he held for the simple ceremony unfolding before them. The relief on Thomas's face was palpable as he accepted the rings with heartfelt thanks. Few in the gathering knew the full story of John Marston's past, but the simple generosity of the gesture touched even those who viewed the quiet stranger with suspicion. As the couple exchanged vows and rings, the first heavy raindrops that had been sporadic warnings became a steady downpour, pounding against the barn roof with increasing intensity. By the time Reverend Swanson pronounced them husband and wife, the storm was in full force, drumming an intense accompaniment to the couple's first kiss as thunder rolled across the plains. The timing seemed perfect. nature's dramatic endorsement of the union just sealed. As Thomas and Emma turned to face their friends and family for the first time as husband and wife, a flash of lightning illuminated the barn through its high windows, followed by an approving rumble of thunder that made several guests jump and then laugh at their own nervousness. "Looks like we'll be dining indoors," Bonnie announced as the ceremony concluded, raising her voice to be heard over the storm's percussion on the roof. "Everyone lend a hand moving the tables to the sides so we can clear space for dancing." What followed was a good-natured scramble as guests hurried to rearrange the barn's interior to accommodate both dining and celebration. Tables were repositioned along the walls, the makeshift altar disassembled to make room for dancing, and the musicians relocated to a corner where they could provide accompaniment without being trampled by enthusiastic dancers. Through it all, Emma and Thomas remained at the center, accepting congratulations and occasionally stealing kisses when they thought no one was looking. Their earlier worries seemed forgotten in the joy of the moment and the community's evident support. They moved through the crowd with linked hands, as if afraid to lose contact even for a moment. Emma radiant in her simple dress, Thomas standing straighter than he ever had on ordinary workdays, both of them surrounded by the goodwill of everyone who knew them. The canvas awning, now overflowing with collected water, was carefully dismantled by several ranch hands who braved the downpour, returning drenched but triumphant with salvaged decorations that were quickly repurposed to brighten the barn's interior. What might have been a disappointment, the forced relocation of a carefully planned outdoor celebration, instead became a triumph of adaptation. The close quarters of the barn creating an atmosphere of intimate festivity that might not have developed in the more spread-out arrangement originally intended. Bonnie found herself standing in the barn doorway, watching the rain transform her carefully planned outdoor celebration while the festivities continued undeterred inside. The smell of damp earth mingled with the aroma of home-cooked food as lantern light cast a golden glow over the improvised reception. There was something beautiful about it, the way everyone had adjusted without complaint, the way happiness refused to be deterred by mere weather. "Not exactly how you planned it, I imagine," John commented, joining her at the doorway. He held 2 cups of coffee, offering one to her with a gesture that acknowledged their shared moment of observation. "Few things in life go exactly to plan," Bonnie replied philosophically, accepting the cup with a nod of thanks. "Especially out here, but look at them." She nodded toward the newlyweds who were laughing as they attempted to cut their wedding cake with the entire gathering watching. Emma was saying something that made Thomas blush to the roots of his hair, causing good-natured laughter from those close enough to hear. "They're happy. That's what matters. You did a good thing here," John said simply, giving them the foreman's cabin, hosting all this. Not many ranch owners would bother. Bonnie shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. Good workers are worth keeping, and little enough happiness finds its way to places like this. Have to nurture it when it appears. She took a sip of coffee, appreciating its warmth against the chill that emanated from the open doorway. Besides, it's not entirely altruistic. Happy workers are loyal workers. Makes good business sense. John didn't challenge the deflection, understanding too well the frontier reluctance to acknowledge sentiment openly. Still, it's a kindness they won't forget. Drew McFarlane guided Emma across the makeshift dance floor with surprising grace for a man who spent most of his days on horseback. The old rancher had a dignity about him that transcended his usual gruff demeanor, and Emma followed his lead with the same confidence she showed in the saddle. "You're doing just fine, girl," Drew said quietly as they completed a turn. "Thomas is a lucky man." "Thank you for everything, Mr. McFarland," Emma replied, her eyes bright with emotion. "For standing in for my father today, for the cabin, for taking a chance on me all those years ago. Drew's weathered face softened. You earned your place here through hard work. Nothing given that wasn't deserved. As the music shifted to signal the end of their dance, he added, Now go dance with your husband. That's what today is about. Thomas stepped forward eagerly to claim his bride, his nervousness from earlier replaced with a quiet joy that transformed his usually serious features. He took Emma in his arms with reverent care, as though she might disappear if held too tightly. Soon others joined in, the barn floor shaking under the weight of dancing boots as the rain continued its steady percussion on the roof. The musicians played with increasing confidence, fueled by appreciative applause, and the occasional shot of whiskey discreetly passed their way. Bonnie watched from the edge of the gathering, content to observe the happiness she had helped create. She had never been one for dancing herself, preferring practical action to social graces, but there was satisfaction in seeing the barn filled with joy, rather than the usual livestock and hay. Not joining in? John Marston asked, appearing at her side once more. Some of us need to keep our wits about us, Bonnie replied with a wry smile. Someone has to make sure this place doesn't burn down with all these lanterns and high spirits. The impromptu indoor feast proved more intimate and lively than the planned outdoor reception might have been. Benches and hay bales were rearranged around the long tables, where guests shared dishes prepared from family recipes passed down through generations. The McFarlane Ranch's cook had outdone herself with a roast beef that drew universal praise, while Mrs. Peterson from Hennigan's Stead contributed her famous apple pies, still warm from travel by covered wagon. Children darted between tables, sneaking extra desserts when adults were distracted by conversation. They paused occasionally to gaze in wonder at Emma in her white dress, a vision as rare and magical as a unicorn in the practical world of frontier ranching. The storm continued outside, sheets of rain visible through the open barn doors, but inside was warmth, light, and the comforting sounds of community. Conversation flowed as freely as the coffee and cider, neighbors catching up on months of news. Tall tales grew taller with each retelling, the men trying to outdo each other with stories of cattle drives, hunting exploits, and brushes with outlaws. And then the bear reared up. Must have been 8 feet tall if he was an inch, proclaimed Harold Wilson, Emma's uncle, gesturing expansively to illustrate his story. Thought for sure I was done for, but my old rifle didn't fail me. Got him with one shot, right between the eyes. That bear gets bigger every time you tell it, Harold, his wife remarked dryly, prompting laughter from those gathered around. As the afternoon wore on, the rain gradually subsided, though the ground remained too sodden for outdoor activities. Inside the barn, however, the celebration continued unabated. Reverend Swanson, after an initial period of stiff formality, gradually relaxed among the good-natured gathering. He even contributed a surprisingly fine tenor voice to an impromptu singing session when the musicians took a break to rest their fingers and sample the wedding feast. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me, he sang, his voice carrying emotion that spoke of personal redemption. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. The familiar hymn brought a moment of reverent quiet to the celebration, many joining in for the final verses. Even those who rarely set foot in church seemed moved by the simple power of the song and the evident sincerity with which Swanson delivered it. John found himself drawn into conversation with ranchers and cowhands who, after initial wariness, seemed to accept his presence as unremarkable. He spoke little of himself, deflecting personal questions with practiced ease, but listened intently to tales of cattle drives, horse breaking, and the ever-present challenge of taming the unforgiving landscape. Never thought I'd see John Marston at a wedding that didn't end in a shootout, a familiar voice commented, and John turned to find Bonnie's ranch foreman, Amos, beside him, nursing a cup of coffee that John suspected had been liberally enhanced with something stronger. "Known each other long?" John asked, surprised by the man's familiar tone. Amos nodded, scratching his silver-streaked beard thoughtfully. "Rode together briefly years back, before I found steadier work with the McFarlanes. You probably don't remember. You had a lot on your mind in those days." The comment suggested knowledge of John's outlaw past, but there was no judgment in the foreman's tone. Out here, many men carried complicated histories, reinventing themselves as circumstances demanded. Few asked questions better left unanswered. "Life takes strange turns," John acknowledged, neither confirming nor denying their shared history. "That does," Amos agreed, raising his cup in a small salute. "Some for the better, like those two." He nodded toward Emma and Thomas, who were accepting congratulations from an elderly couple. "Met them yet?" "The Johnsons. Came all the way from Plainview, despite Mr. Johnson's rheumatism. Been married 62 years. John watched as the elderly couple shared their wisdom with the newlyweds, Mrs. Johnson patting Emma's hand while her husband clapped Thomas firmly on the shoulder. 6 decades of partnership in this harsh land. It seemed almost miraculous in a place where death came so easily and often. "What's their secret, you reckon?" John asked. Amos chuckled. "Asked him that once," he said, "knowing when to speak up and when to shut up and being wrong at figuring out which most of the time." The foreman's expression grew more serious. "But I think it's simpler than that. They faced everything together, droughts, Comanche raids back in the day, losing their first homestead to fire, never stopped being on the same side even when times got hard." The observation resonated with John, reminding him of his own complicated journey with Abigail. They had weathered so much, his outlaw years, his time away, his struggles to become the man she needed. Through it all, she had never truly given up on him, even when perhaps she should have. As evening approached, lanterns were lit throughout the barn, casting a warm glow over the continuing festivities. The storm had passed, leaving behind a washed-clean world and a spectacular sunset visible through the open barn doors. The musicians returned to their instruments with renewed energy, and the dancing resumed with even greater enthusiasm. Thomas and Emma moved together with the easy coordination of two people accustomed to working in tandem, while other couples displayed varying degrees of grace and rhythm. The Wilson brothers convinced a reluctant Martha to demonstrate a lively jig she had learned during her brief time working at a St. Denis theatre, which evolved into an impromptu competition among the younger men to match her steps. Drew McFarland, slightly flushed from exertion and perhaps a nip or two from a flask being discreetly passed among the older men, approached Bonnie with an outstretched hand. "Your mother would expect me to dance with my daughter on an occasion like this," he said gruffly. Bonnie raised an eyebrow but accepted the invitation, allowing her father to lead her into a somewhat stiff but dignified turn around the makeshift dance floor. They moved with the careful precision of two strong-willed people unaccustomed to following another's lead, but there was genuine affection beneath their awkward steps. "You've done your mother proud today," Drew said quietly, surprising Bonnie with this second reference to her mother in one day. "She always said you had more heart than sense when it came to taking care of others." "She must have been talking about someone else," Bonnie replied, though the words touched her deeply. "I'm practical to a fault. Practical people don't spend weeks planning weddings for ranch hands or gift them cabins," Drew pointed out. "Not that I'm complaining, mind you. Those two deserve their happiness, and McFarland Ranch keeps good workers by treating them like family." The comment made Bonnie reflect on how the ranch had evolved under her management. While her father had always been fair, she had deliberately fostered a sense of community among the workers that went beyond employment. In the harsh reality of frontier life, such bonds made the difference between merely surviving and truly living. Outside, the clouds had begun to part, allowing the setting sun to break through in spectacular fashion. The rain-washed air seemed to magnify the golden light, and someone called attention to the double rainbow arching over the eastern hills. A sight magnificent enough to draw many guests outside despite the muddy ground. "Good omen," Reverend Swanson commented, standing beside the newlyweds as they admired the natural spectacle. "A covenant of promise, just like your vows today." Thomas's arm tightened around Emma's waist. "We don't need omens, Reverend. We make our own luck in this life." "Indeed you do, my boy," Swanson agreed, his expression thoughtful. "But it never hurts to have the Almighty smiling upon your effort." Emma leaned her head against Thomas's shoulder, her expression one of contented exhaustion. "I wasn't sure about all this fuss," she admitted quietly, "but now I'm glad. It feels right having everyone here to send us off proper." "Me too," Thomas agreed, dropping a kiss on her forehead. "Though I'll be happier still when it's just us in our own place." Their new home waited on the hill beyond the main ranch buildings, the foreman's cabin now transformed into a wedding gift. Throughout the day, final touches had been added by friends and family. A handmade quilt on the bed, curtains at the windows, a small shed of tools for Thomas, and a hen house with 3 laying hens for Emma. Each gift reflected practical knowledge of what the young couple would need to establish their household. As twilight deepened into night, the celebration showed no signs of winding down. The barn doors remained open to the cool, fresh air, and the yard outside had begun to dry enough for some of the younger guests to spill outside, their laughter mixing with the music and conversation that continued within. John found Bonnie sitting on a hay bale near the barn entrance, taking a rare moment of respite from her hostess duties. The day's exertions had left smudges of dirt on her blue dress, and wisps of hair had escaped her usual practical bun, but there was satisfaction in her tired expression as she watched the ongoing festivities. "Successful day by all accounts," he observed, settling beside her with her permission. Bonnie nodded, watching the dancers with tired satisfaction. "Worth every minute of planning and every drop of sweat. Look at them all. When was the last time you saw so many people from these parts genuinely happy at once?" "Been a while," John admitted, his eyes scanning the barn where neighbors who normally saw each other only for urgent matters, barn raisings, cattle roundups, or funerals, now shared food, drink, and stories with the ease of true community. "Though I'm not exactly invited to many social gatherings. Your reputation does tend to dampen the festive spirit," Bonnie agreed with a hint of her usual wry humor. "Though you behaved yourself admirably today, those rings, that was a decent thing you did." John shrugged uncomfortably, unused to acknowledgement of his rare sentimental gestures. "Abigail's idea. Said they were gathering dust in a drawer and might as well bring someone else some luck." "Is it?" "Bringing you luck, I mean, your marriage." The unexpected personal question caught John off guard. He considered deflecting but found himself answering honestly instead. "Most luck I've ever had in my life, though I've rarely deserved it. Abigail and Jack. They're better than what a man like me should hope for." Bonnie studied him thoughtfully. "You know, Marston, for a notorious former outlaw, you speak of your family with more genuine devotion than most so-called respectable men I've met. Before John could respond, a commotion near the main doors drew their attention. A wagon had arrived, and from it emerged a striking figure. Tall, impeccably dressed, with an air of authority that immediately set him apart from the gathered ranchers and farm folk. "Edgar Ross," John muttered, tension instantly hardening his features. "What's he doing here?" Bonnie frowned, recognizing the name from John's past references. "The government man? I sent an invitation out of courtesy. His office has been helpful with some of our water rights issues. Never expected him to actually attend." Ross surveyed the gathering with an inscrutable expression before making his way toward Drew McFarland, offering a formal handshake and what appeared to be congratulations, though his smile never quite reached his eyes. Everything about him, from his tailored suit to his precisely trimmed mustache, marked him as an outsider in this gathering of frontier people. "Think I'll make myself scarce," John said quietly, rising from the hay bale with the fluid motion of a man accustomed to quick exits. "Ross and I have a complicated history. Best not to complicate today's festivities." Bonnie nodded, understanding without requiring details. She had encountered enough government men to recognize the particular brand of danger they represented. More insidious than outlaws, with the full weight of distant authority behind their actions. "Use the back door by the tack room. Your horse is at the south hitching post." John offered a grateful nod before slipping away, moving through the shadows with the practiced ease of a man accustomed to discreet exits. Bonnie watched him go, noting how, even in a festive gathering, John Marston maintained the alertness of someone who knew his safety depended on constant vigilance. She rose to intercept Ross, determined to prevent any unpleasantness from intruding on Emma and Thomas's special day. Whatever business existed between Ross and Marston could wait for another time, in another place. The agent accepted a cup of coffee from Bonnie with formal courtesy, his assessment of his surroundings evident in his carefully neutral expression. "Quite the celebration, Miss McFarland. Your family's generosity to your workers is noteworthy." Something in his tone suggested he found such generosity puzzling rather than admirable. But Bonnie merely smiled, masking her instinctive dislike of the man with the practiced diplomacy she reserved for necessary business dealings. "We find that treating people well tends to be returned in kind, Mr. Ross. A concept that might benefit all sorts of relationships, even those between citizens and their government." If Ross recognized the subtle barb, he gave no indication. "Indeed. Well, I won't intrude on your festivities for long. I merely wished to pay my respects and deliver this in person." He produced an official-looking envelope from his jacket. "The deed to the North Water rights, approved and registered as we discussed." Bonnie accepted the document with genuine surprise. These rights had been in dispute for months, with neighboring ranches claiming access to the streams that fed McFarland's northern pastures. "That was unexpectedly efficient, Mr. Ross. I expected months of additional paperwork. The government can move quickly when properly motivated," Ross replied, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes, "and I find personal connections often facilitate administrative processes." He glanced around the barn, his gaze lingering on each face, as if mentally cataloguing those present. "I thought I might see Mr. Marston here. I understand he occasionally does business with your ranch." The deliberate casualness of the question didn't fool Bonnie for a moment. John's concerns about being seen by Ross suddenly seemed even more justified. "John Marston? Can't say I've seen him today," she lied smoothly, meeting Ross's gaze with practiced innocence. "But then, I've been rather occupied with wedding details." Ross's eyes narrowed slightly, but he merely nodded. "Of course. Well, Please extend my congratulations to the happy couple. I must be on my way. Duty calls, even on pleasant evenings such as this." Bonnie watched him depart with thinly veiled relief. Something about Edgar Ross unsettled her deeply. The cold calculation behind his polite exterior, perhaps, or the sense that his presence always carried hidden purpose. Whatever his reason for attending the wedding, she doubted it had anything to do with water rights or social niceties. After Ross's departure, the celebration continued with renewed energy, as though a subtle tension had been removed from the atmosphere. The night grew deeper, stars appearing in brilliant profusion across the vast Texas sky as the last clouds dispersed. Someone had brought out a jug of particularly potent moonshine, and the dancing grew more enthusiastic, if less coordinated, as a result. Near midnight, the traditional sending off of the bride and groom began. Thomas and Emma, flushed with happiness and perhaps a bit too much celebration, prepared to make their way to their new home. The former foreman's cabin that had been secretly prepared for them at the edge of the ranch property. Drew McFarlane presented them with a lantern, a symbolic gift to light their way through both the physical darkness and the uncertainties of married life. "May you always find your way home to each other," he said. The simple words carrying unexpected weight, coming from a man typically so sparing with sentiment. Bonnie added a handmade quilt, practical but beautiful, that she and several other women had worked on in secret during winter evenings. The intricate pattern of interlocking rings symbolized unity, while the sturdy construction promised warmth through many frontier winters to come. "Something to keep you warm on cold nights," she said, handing it to Emma with a quick embrace. "Though I suspect you'll manage that well enough on your own." The comment brought laughter and a blush to Emma's cheeks, while Thomas cleared his throat and suddenly found the barn ceiling fascinating. Other gifts followed: cookware, tools, foodstuffs, each item chosen with careful consideration of what the young couple would need to establish their household. Even Reverend Swanson contributed a family Bible, encouraging them to record their history within its pages, as generations before them had done. "The memories you inscribe here will be treasures for your children's children," he told them, his earlier nervousness now replaced with pastoral dignity. "A reminder that even in this wild country, we create legacies of love that outlast us." The gathering formed a lantern-lit procession to escort the newlyweds to their new home, singing and calling good-natured advice and predictions about married life. Children ran ahead, scattering wildflower petals along the muddy path, while older folks followed at a more dignified pace, many carrying additional small gifts or tokens of good fortune. Emma and Thomas walked hand in hand at the center of this moving constellation of light and goodwill, occasionally exchanging glances of mingled disbelief and joy at the community's outpouring of support. The night air carried the fresh scent of rain-washed earth, and somewhere in the distance, coyotes called to each other across the vastness of the frontier night. When they reached the cabin, they found it had been decorated with flowers and ribbons, transformed from a simple dwelling into a bower of welcome. A small fire had been lit in the hearth, and the bed was made up with fresh linens. On the table sat a basket of food for their breakfast, and a bottle of surprisingly good whiskey. Bonnie suspected her father's private contribution. The couple paused on the threshold, suddenly shy in the face of this final transition from separate lives to shared existence. Then, Thomas, with unexpected gallantry, swept Emma into his arms to carry her across the threshold, causing cheers and applause from the assembled well-wishers. "Welcome home, Mrs. Cooper," he said as he set her gently on her feet inside their new home. "Home," Emma repeated, looking round with wonder at the simple space that was now theirs. "I like the sound of that." Final congratulations were offered, last pieces of advice shouted, some considerably less proper than others, until finally the door closed on the newlyweds and the wedding guests began the walk back to the main ranch complex, where many would spend the night rather than attempting the journey home in darkness. Bonnie lingered behind, watching the cabin windows glow with warm light against the vast darkness of the prairie night. There was something profoundly satisfying in seeing new life take root at McFarland Ranch. Not just cattle and crops, but human connections, families beginning, the community growing stronger and more interconnected with each such milestone. When she finally turned to follow the others, she noticed a solitary figure on horseback silhouetted against the starlit horizon. John Marston, watching from a safe distance. He raised his hand in a gesture that might have been farewell or salute, before turning his mount and disappearing into the darkness. Bound for his own family, waiting at Beecher's Hope. Bonnie smiled to herself as she walked back toward the ranch house. For all his reputation and troubled past, John Marston understood the importance of family and home as well as anyone she'd met, perhaps better than most, having known the absence of both. The music and laughter continued late into the night, though at a gentler pace now that the guests of honor had departed. Older folks claimed the house's spare rooms and couches, while younger ranch hands and visitors made do with haylofts and bedrolls spread across the now cleared barn floor. In her own room later, Bonnie sat at her writing desk, recording the day's events in the ranch ledger where she kept not just financial records but the history of McFarland Ranch. Births, deaths, cattle counts, weather patterns, and now a wedding. Future generations would know that on this spring day in the year 1911, Thomas Cooper had married Emma Wilson at McFarland Ranch, with the whole community bearing witness. She paused, pen hovering over the page before adding one final note: a perfect day despite imperfect circumstances. Perhaps that's the best definition of happiness we can hope for in this uncertain world. Outside her window, a whippoorwill called into the quiet night. From the distant cabin, a lamp still glowed, two shadows occasionally passing across the window. Two lives now joined, facing whatever future the frontier might bring, together. Morning would come soon enough, bringing with it the return to cattle and horses, fences and fields, the endless work of ranch life. But for this one night, McFarland Ranch had transformed into something else. A place of celebration and hope, a reminder that even in the hardest places, human connections could flourish, bringing light to the darkness of an untamed land. In the newlyweds' cabin, Emma stood by the small window, looking out at the star-filled sky. Thomas moved behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. "Having regrets?" he asked softly, a hint of vulnerability in the question. Emma turned in his embrace to face him. "Not a single one," she said firmly. "This is where I belong, with you in this place, building something that's ours." Thomas kissed her then, all his earlier nervousness replaced with the certainty of belonging. They had found each other, against the odds, carved out a place for themselves in this unforgiving country, and now stood on the threshold of a shared future. Not an easy one, certainly, but one faced together. As they moved toward their marriage bed, the last lantern casting long shadows across the cabin walls, the day's celebration faded into the quiet intimacy of two people who had pledged their lives to each other. Outside, the night creatures continued their ancient songs. The stars wheeled overhead, and the frontier continued its slow transformation from wilderness to civilization. One homestead, one marriage, one community gathering at a time. Back at the main house, Bonnie extinguished her lamp and moved to the window. taking a final look at her ranch before retiring. The barn still glowed with lantern light, occasional bursts of laughter drifting across the yard. The bunkhouse lights were mostly out, hard-working men already asleep despite the celebration continuing elsewhere. The corrals held silent shadows of horses at rest, and beyond them stretched the vast rangeland that had been McFarlane territory for 2 generations now. Tomorrow would bring challenges, as every day did in this life, but tonight had reminded everyone of why those challenges were worth facing. For the moments of connection, the shared joys and sorrows, the knowledge that no one survived the frontier alone. A simple country wedding had transformed into something greater, a reaffirmation of what bound them all together in this harsh but beautiful land. Not just Emma and Thomas joined now in matrimony, but all of them, ranchers and cowhands, merchants and travelers, even reformed outlaws and preachers, connected by the invisible threads of community that made survival possible and life worth living. With that comforting thought, Bonnie finally sought her bed, falling asleep to the distant sounds of celebration and the closer song of the whippoorwill, herald of good fortune on this night of new beginnings. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.